Good morning. It's now 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We do have 54 degrees and cloudy skies right now, and there is some rain moving into the area. We've got more on that coming up in just a moment. There's more evidence this morning that Russia brought down an Azerbaijan Airlines jet this week. Now, one U.S. official is saying it was likely hit by a Russian anti-aircraft system.
Experts say it appears increasingly likely this passenger jet that fell out of the sky on Christmas Day may have been mistaken by Russian forces as a threat amid the ongoing war in Ukraine. Local officials initially suggested a bird strike brought down the plane, but experts say photos of the wreckage and holes in the tail section show damage consistent with surface-to-air fire.
That's ABC's Andrea Fuji. Vanderbilt University Medical Center is saying its emergency room is packed with people who have the flu. Cases at their highest level in Tennessee so far this season. Here's Channel 4's Dragon Quigley.
With many primary care doctors closed for the holidays, Vanderbilt says people are flooding their clinics and emergency room with cases of the flu and other respiratory diseases. According to the CDC, Tennessee is now in the red, meaning it's one of the worst states in America for flu transmission.
Now in Chattanooga, Dr. Matthew Hitchcock is telling WRCB TV that whooping cough cases have more than tripled in Tennessee, with more than 240 so far this year. A Middle Tennessee high school band is headed to Washington, D.C. next month for the inauguration of Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. Stewart's Creek High School's principal, Clark Harrell, said that he's thrilled to showcase those students at such a prominent national performance. Stewart's Creek says there are a lot of costs associated with the trip, and it's hoping to get financial support from the community. You can visit supportschsband.com for more information. Market Numbers Report now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Markets ending mixed the day after Christmas. The Dow finished up 29 points. The S&P was down 2. The Nasdaq lost 11. Applications for U.S. unemployment benefits holding steady, ticking down 1,000 the week of December 21st, coming in at 219,000, fewer than forecast, but continuing claims at a 3-year high, climbing to nearly 2 million the week of December 14th, more than analysts expected. More layoffs at Big Lots, the discount retail chain in the process of shutting all its stores, recently announcing it'll be axing more than 500 workers from a distribution center in Tremont, Pennsylvania. Those layoffs to start early next month. Unsettling changes ahead for many workers in 2025. Companies including Amazon and AT&T telling thousands of employees they have to head back to the office full time. Some have not been there since the pandemic. Richard Cantu, ABC News.
And that's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather just ahead. Stick around. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
No big delays to speak of. Again, this morning looking good. We do have some, it's been raining a little bit overnight, so that may cause some delays. But there are delays on Broadway this morning, right around Vanderbilt University. And we are hearing that there may be some delays around the airport as well. The airport is packed right now. So if you're headed that way, you may want to schedule a few extra minutes into the commute. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Six minutes. That's right. 6 minutes past 5 a.m. It is Friday. And I know for many people, big deal. They've been off all week anyway. But for those of us that have worked through a lot of the holiday here, yes, my friends, it is indeed Friday. Again, I'm Jay Harper here, Super Talk 99.7 WTN, sitting in for the fabulous Dan Mandis, who's been pulling that Red Eye Radio gig overnight, and he was live this morning. I've seen his Facebook post, and have also been listening to him as he led into us here this morning. Again, sitting in with our good buddy Mason, who's there through the glass somewhere. I mean, he kind of, okay, yeah, I see him waving. He kind of looks like I feel here. It's like, Mason, weren't we just here?
I think we were all just here.
I know I was. I was on the air on 95.5 Nash Icon till about 5 hours ago.
Yeah, how do you do it, man?
I'm all right. I got like 3 hours sleep.
No, I'm about in the same boat there then.
Yeah,
we're good.
I mean, you just kind of keep on trucking. And, of course, we have the wonderful and talented Joan Jones way back there somewhere.
Can you see my hand?
Yeah, okay. I do see that.
I'm back here in the dust-encrusted
Yes,
news corner.
I know. It's weird. As you know, I know that dust-encrusted corner quite well, and it's weird how from this side of the glass, you can't really see back there.
I know.
So you don't know. There are times I kind of want to chat with you, but I don't want to catch you off guard because I know, you get busy back there, but I can't.
Sometimes I leave to go get coffee. You wouldn't know.
Yeah, exactly. So I can't tell if you're back there. But anyway, it's always great to have you back there. And we are hoping that we have a good morning traffic-wise. You mentioned the weather. I mean, we are looking. I've been looking at the radar. And, there's a line of storms. It's just about on top of us. So get ready for that morning commute. Those of you that have to go into the job today, get ready for that morning commute to get wet here pretty quickly. Looks like Columbia, Dixon, those areas. This line is coming from the southwest, and it's already started to have an impact on those areas to the southwest.
And we might even,
Nashville.
Tomorrow's going to be the real showstopper.
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
Yeah.
We may have some flooding rainfall tomorrow.
Yeah.
So that'll be fun.
Severe storms.
Yeah.
Lots of wind. So, it'll be a great day tomorrow to sort of just hang out.
Yeah, just a hunker down day. When I'm staying in a hotel near the station here, and I was walking in this morning, it's windy. We've got gusts up to about 25 miles per hour already. At least, Joan, let's be thankful that we don't have falling temperatures with all this moisture that's expected.
Right. It could get really slippery if that were the case. But, we're lucky that way.
Yeah, no
We're
ice.
blessed. I guess blessed.
Yeah, no kidding. So no forecasts of ice, snow, any of that stuff. And I know there are some people that are going, oh, man,
I do like the snow.
Yeah, as long as I don't have to get out and drive in it.
Yeah.
In these rolling hills, as we know, the ice and the snow is a whole lot of fun.
Not our friend.
Nashville travelers last night apparently did suffer some delays at the airport. They had some flight interruptions due to, what else? The weather. Well, I say what else. I mean, these days it could be some computer glitch or, who knows. But
it was really because of the weather that was in Dallas. in the Texas area because the FAA issued a ground stop
Yeah, and
for
of
some
course,
flights, and that causes that ripple effect we talked about yesterday.
right, the hub, man, Dallas, American.
Yeah.
So that does cause quite the problem. And, a lot of flights go in and out of Love Field for Southwest. So, yeah, as things affect Dallas, it really can wreak havoc on other parts of the country. It seemed like, though, a lot of the delays were at least from Nashville, were destinations east of here. Charlotte, Charleston, the Northeast, those parts of the country. 2 and 3 hour delays and some cancellations last night due to the weather. So hopefully folks didn't get stuck in that. Now, yesterday, Joan, as you recall, we had a lot of information about that accident on 840 down in Rutherford County there in the Murfreesboro area. And sadly, that did end up being a fatality there yesterday morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, poor man, a 20-year-old young man.
Oh.
Yeah, lost his life in that, and another gentleman was injured. He's expected to be okay. But yeah, 20-year-old
Keeson Robinson.
Yeah, so gosh.
Merging onto the westbound lanes from the interchange when, for reasons that remain unclear, he crossed through the median. And in that area, that's kind of tough to do because it's a grassy median.
Right, and it's wide, too.
It's wide. It has the big dip in the middle of it. So, yeah, that's difficult.
Yeah, so we are certainly hoping for, a trouble-free commute for folks here this morning. And, of course, we'll keep you up to date on all of that as we work our way through Nashville's morning news. Again, good morning. I'm Jay Harper, hanging with you till 9 o'clock this morning. And, I was going to say Dan returns on Monday, but I'm not real sure about that. I mean, next week we've got more holidays, quote unquote, with New Year's and New Year's Eve and whatnot. So the schedules may indeed be affected. But nonetheless, you can bet that somebody will be here.
Yeah, from what I saw yesterday, I believe Dan should be back on Monday morning.
Yeah, all right, well, good. See, there's Mason coming through with the crucial information. So, again, it looks like the weather may be a little fun today for the commute. And as Joan was saying, tomorrow is probably going to be the real deluge day. So it may be just a good day to hang at the house and just try to recover from the holidays, especially those folks that may be finally kicking guests out of their house. The joke about, house guests and fish start to smell after 3 days. So maybe the folks that have had house guests here over the holidays will get their house back, get their livelihood back. And I know that, of course, I'm being facetious. I know most folks enjoy having family and friends around for the holidays because that is such an important part of what the holidays are all about. Just the opportunity for friends and family to really get together. Mason, are you a big breakfast eater?
Why, it's one of the most important meals of the day.
Yeah, I'm not really... especially this early in the morning.
Oh, that makes sense, yeah.
It's
like it's too darn early for it sometimes.
Yeah, I know that a lot of folks are dependent on, fast food places to grab that breakfast in the morning. And maybe you're an egg lover. But are you really getting eggs when you go through those fast food things? You get the bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit. Is the egg really an egg? I know it's the age-old mystery. We'll have kind of an interest. To me, it was somewhat of a surprising investigation. Fox Business investigated this issue as to whether you're eating real eggs or maybe you're not.
It's like they have those eggs that you can shake up in the carton.
Yeah, those things too.
Pour them out. Yeah, they're not really eggs.
Yeah, it's who knows what it is. Yeah. You go to the free breakfast at a lot of hotels, and it's that yellow, sponge stuff or whatever the heck that is. Yeah, Anyway, we'll solve that mystery for those that care here in just a bit. But let's go ahead and check our roads once again with Joan Jones. What do you got, Joan?
Really nothing. It's like I said, a little bit of delay around Vanderbilt University. Maybe that's just folks heading there this morning. And some delays reported. We're not really seeing it, but some delays reported out at the airport this morning. And the airport is jammed with some passengers. So, you may want to take a few extra minutes out to get there this morning. But the major roadways, 24, 65, 40, really no big delays at all to speak of. Just a little bit wet on the roads. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, ma'am. That does sound like a good way to get our morning started, traffic-wise. Nothing really going on. We were talking yesterday that yesterday and today deemed to be some of the most busy or perhaps even the busiest travel days of the year. So as Joan was saying, if you're headed to the airport or catching a flight, you need to be checking your flight schedules and information, especially with the wonky weather that's on the way. Again, I'm Jay Harper in for Dan Mandis this morning on Nashville's Morning News. 16 minutes now past 5 a.m. So is that breakfast sandwich that supposedly has eggs in it, is that really what you're getting? Well, Fox Business, they did a big investigation about this, believe it or not. In several of the country's biggest fast food joints, they use what they call a real whole eggs, but they're not. A new report by Fox Business has identified the purported perpetrators in an investigation that they released this week. And it's kind of interesting. So many of the places that kind of base their advertising, their reputation, etc., on being wholesome and whole and healthy, they're some of the biggest offenders of this. The USDA's Food Safety and Inspection Service, they note that food manufacturers often use pasteurized egg products because of the convenience and ease in handling and storage. That makes sense. Starbucks says its breakfast sandwich contains whole eggs, but Fox Business has found that, there's all kind of additives in there. Water, soybean oil, modified food starch, whey solids, and citric acid that they combine with their eggs. Dunkin', they advertise the use of real whole eggs in all their many of the breakfast items. But again, that kind of comes down to what your classification of real whole eggs is. Dunkin', they use additives, water, modified cornstarch, xanthan gum, and the citric acid. That xanthan gum, I'm not real sure what the heck that is, but if you look at a lot of food ingredients, regardless of what it, I guess it's some kind of preservative, maybe? I'm not real sure, but I know it's in a lot of stuff. Subway's eggs, they have additives including dextrose, guar gum, propylene glycol, and glycerin. That's in Subway's egg products. Now, they say they're committed to transitioning to eggs from cage-free hens, but they haven't fully gone to that yet because they say that there's just a limited supply at the moment. Of course, we've been hearing about bird flus and all that have affected a lot of the egg supply. I've got more stories on that here later this morning on this whole bird flu and how it's affecting other areas of health regarding our pets. I'll have that here in a little bit. Chick-fil-A, they're working towards serving this 100% cage-free egg stuff, but they admit their egg products are currently, they've got eggs and water and a bunch of other additives in there. So which are the places? You probably noticed that I have not mentioned one very prominent breakfast fast food place. That would be the one with the big golden arches. Well, surprisingly, they passed the test for using 100% whole eggs with no additives or all that other junk that we just mentioned. Xanthan gum and a bunch of these other things. McDonald's, along with these other companies, Taco Bell, Panera, Wendy's, and Whataburger, according to this investigation by Fox Business, they serve up the real deal. So if you're headed through the drive-thru to grab that bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit or croissant or what have you, and you're really worried about having the 100% real eggs, McDonald's, Taco Bell, Panera, Wendy's, and Whataburger can take care of you. So there you have it. The mystery somewhat solved. Someone on the super text line, and I knew somebody would do this. Xanthan gum is an FDA-approved thickener, typically used in keto and gluten-free diets. It's supposed to be safe for you. Well, let's hope so, because, boy, as I mentioned, that stuff's everywhere. So, all right, we are working our way through this Friday morning. Good morning. Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis. Does not have Dan Mandis at the moment, but he is expected to return on Monday. I'm Jay Harper along with Joan Jones and Mason, and I believe Joan can fill us in on what we can look forward to at the bottom of the hour in our newscast.
Yeah, sure can. Mother Nature may mess with your commute or your plans to catch a flight somewhere today. Also, what would you do with $1 billion? A lot of dreaming about that going on because of a lottery jackpot tonight. Those stories coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey everybody, Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Schenk. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or at telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck.
Good morning and happy Friday to you. Jay Harper in for Dan Mandis one more time here on this Friday morning, 26 minutes past 5 o'clock. We had mentioned earlier about the bird flu that we've all been hearing about, and it does make you wonder how severe potentially could this be? Well, it could be severe enough to kill you. In fact, a person has died. The CDC did confirm the first severe case of bird flu in the U.S. here about a week ago. This particular person hospitalized with a severe case of this bird flu. It's called the H5N1 bird flu, and this happened in Louisiana, marking the first instance of severe illness linked to the virus in the U.S. A person died from this in Mexico back in April. This case confirmed by the CDC. Since April of this year, there have been a total of 61 reported human cases of this H5 bird flu reported here in the United States. You know, I'm sure all of us can recall, it was about this time, 4 or 5 years ago, when we started kind of hearing about this COVID thing. And we were wondering, well, is that anything to really be concerned about? And of course, by March of 2020, for all intent and purposes, the world shut down. Some of you on Super Talk TV may see I'm wearing a Harlem Globetrotters sweatshirt here. I was actually an announcer for the Harlem Globetrotters tour. I was on tour with the Trotters at that time, and I remember it well. It was March 13th. It was a Friday. We were in Virginia on a tour, and they said, "You're going home." We all looked at each other like, what? What? Yeah, this COVID thing, we're shutting down the tour because we're not supposed to be in closed quarters, and they gave us all masks, that day. And just the night before, we had been packed in an arena with 20,000 people. Anyway. So I remember, and I know many of you do as well, it's one of those, do you remember where you were moments when all of that COVID stuff really hit home. So yeah, man, they threw masks at us and put us on a plane and sent us home from the Globetrotters tour. Ironically, I'm kind of getting off topic here, kind of a tangent, but I noticed, ironically, 9 years ago today, many of you probably remember the great Meadowlark Lemon with the Globetrotters. He passed away on this date 9 years ago. Of course, I never got to meet or work with Meadowlark. That was sometime before me, but nonetheless, the Globetrotters, let me tell you, what an amazing organization and an amazing group of guys. But anyway, it makes you wonder, though, this whole bird flu thing, is it something to be concerned about? Well, with respect to your pets, it certainly could be. I'll have a story regarding that when we return next half hour. But it is time to check out things for the news with Joan Jones.
And good morning to you, 5:30 now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Just mostly cloudy right now, 54 degrees. Some rain is pressing into the area. We've got more in the forecast coming up. This is expected to be another very busy day at the nation's airports. But there is a storm system headed our way. It is causing some delays, including this woman who talked to Channel 4 yesterday. She had been on her way to Jacksonville, but ended up staying in Nashville for much longer than she wanted.
I looked at the board like I usually do, and I saw that. I said, impossible. It said 12:38. Now, I know it's supposed to leave at 9:05. So I was like, oh, that's a big difference. Then I started getting the the text alerts. And since then, it's changed like 5 times.
You can check with your FlightAware app. It's a great site. Just put your flight number in the app and you can get all the flight information right there. A stabbing at a Memphis area Kroger distribution center has left a man dead. This happened yesterday. A family friend identified the man as the 35-year-old dad who had 4 boys.
My condolences to his wife, because I know they were so happy together, him and his wife. They was making sure them boys was right. He was working hard to make sure them kids was right.
No ID so far on that suspect, but that suspect is behind bars. So what would you do with $1 billion?
If I win, I'm buying people out. I'm buying businesses. I'm buying up blocks. I'm buying an island.
Buying an island. That's interesting. Tonight's Mega Millions drawing is now worth over $1 billion because nobody drew the winning numbers on Christmas Eve. So that jackpot may be even higher by the time the drawing takes place tonight. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, some wet roads this morning, and maybe that's what's causing some delays here. We've got a crash reported in Madison. It's on 65 at the southbound lanes at Briley Parkway, Ellington Parkway exit. That's 90A and B. And then a stalled vehicle at the off-ramp. It's blocking the right lane, 24, the downtown area, the eastbound off-ramp to westbound I-40, the South Loop exit 50A. That right lane is blocked off by that stalled vehicle. Hopefully that'll be out of there pretty quickly. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thirty-seven minutes past 5 a.m. Good morning. I'm Jay Harper. Friday, the 27th day of December 2024, the very last Friday of the year. Isn't that kind of weird to think about? Boy, those of us, you heard the traffic report there with Joan. Those of us that have had your car break down on an interstate, boy, isn't that a cold, lonely feeling? Stressful situation. Gosh, I feel for that person. I think many of us have been there. I know I have.
I make my husband keep his phone on.
Yeah.
At the bedside. So just in case I break down on my way to work, I have somebody to call.
Yeah, just have somebody to reach out to. When I was a kid driving all the junkers, and my car would break down, or I had an old pickup truck and stuff. There were no cell phones.
Right.
You get stuck on the side of the road somewhere, and it seems like I inevitably would get stuck in the middle of nowhere. When you see Ned Beatty and Burt Reynolds over the cliff there, you're like, oh gosh, where where am I here, and am I safe? And you had to rely on the kindness of strangers, or you just hoofed it to find a payphone, and good luck finding one of those now, right? Payphone? Huh? What? You've got an entire generation of young people that have probably never seen a payphone. They wouldn't know how to use the thing if they did. I remember growing up in New Orleans, the phones there, and people from Louisiana may remember this from way back when, you had the pay phones were a nickel. They were a nickel the entire time I grew up and lived down there. I think it was some politician's campaign promise to keep payphone calls at just a nickel. But, good luck finding a payphone now. Most of your payphones are in New York State. And most of the ones that still remain, of course, and most of those, where do you think they would be located? Jails and prisons. That's where you'll find your payphones. Anyway. So, yeah, I feel for the folks that, you get stuck out there. Especially, again, we've got some rain in the area moving in. And, boy, it's a big old line of storms, too. It starts north of us up in Illinois, and it extends all the way through Louisiana and down into the Gulf of Mexico. So this is a big line of storms. So let's just kind of prepare for that. Someone on the Super Text line says, today is not the last day of the year. I did not say it was the last day of the year. I said it was the last Friday of the year. So there. But no, it always kind of, well, I won't say freaks me out, but it just is so amazing how quickly the New Year's arrive. Isn't it, though? Now, I'm going to get philosophical with you here. See if you follow me here as to why time seems to speed up as you grow older. Here's my theory on this, and I'll try to be as brief with it as I can, but still descriptive. All right. Remember when we were kids, say you're 5 years old, didn't time seem to just drag on? Well, think about it. When you're 5 years old, 1 year, for example, that's a fifth of your life, a fifth of your overall reality. Now, as you get older, those years, just to use that time increment, those years become a smaller sliver of your overall life. So when you're 5 years old, a year is 1/5 of your life. When you're 50, it's 1/50th of your life. And of course, the older you get, just using year increments here as an example, the older you get, the smaller those years become to your overall reality. So when you're, well, like I say, I just turned 64 here a couple of months ago. And boy, time does seem to speed up. Well, again, the older you get, the increments of time become smaller little slivers of your overall reality. So a month, a year, a day, time does go by quicker. Does that kind of make sense, or am I totally stupid? Well, I know well, don't answer that. 542 here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Jay Harper happy to be sitting in with Dan, for Dan Mandis. Of course, we've got Mason Fleming, Joan Jones back in the newsroom. We'll be checking with her here in a couple of minutes to get another traffic update as the rain has moved into our areas, Dixon and Clarksville. I'm looking at the radar, Columbia, Franklin, and parts of Nashville getting some of the rain. Bird flu. Should we be concerned? Well, I don't know. I don't think we should, freak out or panic over it, but some of the stories we're seeing certainly does bring a bit of concern. This story, to me, is concerning for those of us that love our pets. And let's face it, we all that have pets, I mean, come on, they're members of the family, right? I don't need to get in that. We all know how we feel about our pets, dogs, cats, what have you. I've got a rescue cat at the house that I've had for 14 years. I was working with, I had a friend of mine in Columbia, South Carolina, who had rescued a cat. And she told me, hey, there's more in the litter, and they're going to euthanize these animals. And I'm like, oh, God, don't tell me that. So, yeah, I went and looked at the cats, and oh, my God. So, yeah, I came home with a cat. Still got the cat. 14 years later, she's been a joy and a sweetheart. The only thing is, those of us that have pets, you don't even have to announce it to people. They just look at your clothing and go, oh, so I see you have a cat. Yeah, well, heck, I've got this little fleece jacket over here, and you ain't going to get the cat hair off the fleece. But anyway, those of us that have these pets, we know how we feel about them. Here's an Oregon house cat that died after eating pet food that tested positive for the bird flu. Oregon authorities said that they have demanded a recall of this is raw frozen pet food that was sold nationwide. Northwest Naturals, a pet food company based in Portland, Oregon, said that it had voluntarily recalled some of its 2-pound feline turkey recipe raw frozen pet food after it tested positive for the bird flu virus. We'll continue this thought, but hey, let's get to what's happening on our roads with Joan Jones at 5:45.
So it's a crash in Madison this morning. It's on the 65 southbound side at Briley Parkway, Ellington Parkway, exit 90A or B. That crash has been there for about 15 minutes now, so it should be removed soon. Also, a stalled car at Rolling Mill Hill. It's blocking the right lane as you go from downtown 24, the eastbound ramp, to westbound I-40 South Loop, exit 50A. That stalled out car, again, blocking the right lane. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Yeah, boy, the race is on, right? You can tell as more commuters hit the road and we've got the wet streets. Boy, you can see, as one who does traffic reports, it never fails. You can start to see things pick up when you hit certain times of the day. And frankly, it's a little early in the morning for those kinds of traffic issues. But anyway, here we are, 5:46 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I'm Jay Harper, in for the Marconi Award-winning Dan Mandis. Continuing with our thought here, again, an Oregon house cat dying after eating what the folks in Oregon, the authorities there, believe was the result of eating contaminated pet food that had this bird flu virus in it. Now, the suspected product was sold through distributors in Arizona, California, Colorado, Florida, Georgia, Illinois, Maryland, Michigan, Minnesota, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Wisconsin, and also up in British Columbia in Canada. The Department of Agriculture state vet there in Oregon was quoted as saying they're confident that that particular animal contracted this H5N1 bird flu by eating this raw and frozen pet food, the Northwest Naturals pet food. They said the cat was strictly an indoor animal, not exposed to the virus in its environment, and results from the genome sequencing confirmed that the virus recovered from the raw pet food and infected cat were the exact same thing, exact matches. So that's certainly concerning, and it makes you wonder, how does that stuff get in the food supply for animals? And it makes you kind of wonder, well, if that could happen to pet food, who's to say it couldn't happen to people food? And is it just me, or have we really been seeing in the last, month or two, more reports of contaminated food, salmonella, just other contaminated, other contaminants? Makes you wonder, what's going on? Are the inspectors not doing their job? Is the self-policing by the companies, is that just kind of going by the wayside? It certainly is concerning. It just seems like to me there have been more and more food recalls here lately than we usually hear about. There have been all kinds of them. But anyway, getting back to the animals here, I think that's kind of concerning. Hopefully they have put the kibosh on this particular issue up there in Oregon. Now, here's something else that may be of interest to pet owners, pet lovers. There's a household item that is so toxic it could kill your pet if they just lick the stuff. For those of you that may be using a hair growth remedy that we've been hearing about for many, many years, minoxidil. Turns out that stuff is deadly to pets. And a doctor, he's sounding the alarm over the dangers of the topical version of minoxidil, saying that just the residue on your hands could kill your pet if they lick your hands. It's that deadly. The doctor's name is Joe Whittington. He's got like 2 million followers on TikTok. And he's made a video PSA about this issue. Minoxidil, an active ingredient in the topical products like Rogaine and others, you just rub it on the scalp. And it is designed to stimulate hair growth. Foams and liquid solutions of the drug, very popular. A lot of folks use these things, but it's so toxic that according to this doctor, even the smallest exposure can be life-threatening, especially to cats, because their bodies don't have the ability to metabolize the stuff. So just walking across the residue or licking it off your skin, according to this doctor, can cause severe toxicity. So he advises you, not that you wouldn't anyway, but to really, really wash your hands well if you've used this stuff. It probably would be a good idea to just maybe wear some latex gloves or something when using that stuff. But if you spill it anywhere, like on a bathroom counter, and maybe your cat is one of those that likes to hang out in the sink. Ours doesn't, but I know a lot of cats, they love to sleep and hang out in sinks for some reason. I think it's because they're cool and they like the smooth surface. But anyway, if you've got some of that minoxidil in your home and you've got pets, be very, very careful, as they are extremely toxic. That product, rather, extremely toxic to the pets. And I'm sure most folks know by now that the plants you may have in your home this time of year, the poinsettia plants, those too, highly toxic to animals, especially cats. And the same goes for the lilies, the Easter lilies. Those also extremely toxic to pets. So now our cat does like to chew on the foliage. So even though we love having those plants around the house, we don't, for fear that this goofy cat of ours, that as a joke, and I feel bad about it now, as a joke, I named the cat, I started calling the cat Pita, P-I-T-A. And she's a mix between Siamese and just a gray tabby. A very pretty cat. She's got those blue Siamese eyes, And she's gotten darker as she's gotten older. I mean, she's kind of a seal point tabby, if that makes sense. Anyway, when I first got her, she was freaked out because she was a rescue and, she just didn't know what to make of things when I got her. And I started calling her Pita because she was a pain in the, P-I-T-A, pain in, And it was just kind of a joke, but it stuck. And now, of course, at the vet, they know her as Pita, and because of her coloring, they think that I named her that because she looks like pita bread. No, that wasn't why I named her Pita. But anyway, she's a sweetheart. 14 years old. All right, we're going to go ahead, take a break. But we're going to find out, first of all, what our good friend, the news maven here, Jones. Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. I apparently didn't like that. Our news professional here, that would be Joan Jones. She's going to check in and let us know what to expect at the top of the hour.
Yeah, I don't mind Maven. That's okay. Hey, got some rain in the forecast for this morning, but that's coming this weekend. But what is coming this weekend is going to be a little extra for a lot of us. Also, 9 dogs were rescued in Western Tennessee, and they've come to this area for adoption. We'll tell you their story coming up at the 6 o'clock news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. I'm Jay Harper. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis. I'm filling in for Dan as I did yesterday up until 9 o'clock. Chris Hand will be back in the chair come 9 o'clock. And I think he will have another one of his wonderful children with him this morning.
I think it's rumored that the oldest is coming in today.
Yeah, and I believe it's a birthday for her as well.
Yep.
So they ought to have big fun. You know, and I think, Joan, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think you would probably agree. I know for me, the greatest joy in my life is being a husband and parent.
Oh, yeah.
You know, being a parent. And Chris and his wife, they are super parents.
They certainly are.
Love
them.
Yeah. Hey,
I used to bring my kids to work, too. So, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know that I ever did that. Anyway, I had jobs where I traveled and all that. But, hey, it is time to break away quickly here at the top of the hour. Good morning. It is 6 o'clock on Super Talk.
And good morning to you. It is now 6 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Top of the stories this morning is some rain headed our way. In fact, there is some light rain in the area now. It's 52 degrees, and we've got more coming up here on what we can expect. And chances are that you'll be driving in the rain this morning as you head out to work. We've got Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro telling us that this morning's rain is really just the opening round for what'll come this weekend.
As the rain is coming through, it is going to cause problems for the morning commute today. Should put down about an inch of rainfall. Let's call it half an inch to an inch across most of the mid-state as we head through the day today. There's another round of rain that's coming in on Saturdays we've talked about. This one, a little bit more potent. It's got some heavier downpours in it, more widespread rainfall. We'll put down an additional 1 to 2 inches of rainfall.
Now, there's more to come in the full forecast in just a few minutes. Well, that rain system moved through the Dallas area and caused widespread delays in the air yesterday. The FAA ordering ground stops at 2 Texas airports as tornado warnings rolled through the state. It caused some 700 flight cancellations yesterday. Delta Airlines facing another stowaway passenger incident, this time on a Hawaii-bound flight that was about to depart from Seattle-Tacoma International Airport on Christmas Eve. Now, according to a statement from the Delta Airlines itself, that unticketed passenger was found just as Flight 487 was taxiing to the runway. Passengers responded to that news.
Well, he must have been a sweet talker, Betty Crocker, because I couldn't imagine how you could ever do that.
Now, the plane returned to the gate where the unidentified passenger then tried to sneak off the plane, but was later found by the Port of Seattle police inside a restroom in the terminal. Well, as the investigation into the plane crash in Kazakhstan is underway, some experts are saying that it appears increasingly likely that this passenger jet may have been mistaken by Russian forces as a threat amid the ongoing war in Ukraine.
The crash prompting comparisons to the 2014 downing of a Malaysian Airlines flight, which investigators determined was shot down by Russian forces in Ukraine. Russian officials urging against speculation. But another mystery in this case? The pilots reportedly sought permission for an emergency landing in Russia, but were allegedly denied.
That's ABC's Andrea Fuji. 9 dogs have been rescued from a breeder in West Tennessee, and now they're getting a second chance at being adopted here in this area. They are Cocker Spaniels and German Shepherd dogs, and they're now at the Animal Rescue Corps in Gallatin. They'll get some much-needed care now and go up for adoption very soon. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Looks like stock futures all pointing down today. We've got Dow futures minus 133, NASDAQ futures losing 78, S&P futures are minus 20 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Just noticing some delays in a couple of spots on Briley Parkway as you're headed up to 40 this morning to get over to the airport area. Also, Nolensville Pike touching the brakes in a couple of spots all along in both directions this morning. We also have a problem in Madison. This is an accident on the I-65 southbound off-ramp to eastbound Briley Parkway, exit 90. The crash there blocking the right lane. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Coming up on 8 minutes past 6 a.m. on this Friday morning, the last Friday of 2024. Not the last day, but the last Friday. Again, I'm Jay Harper in for Dan Mandis. Dan is expected to return to these here airwaves in the air chair on Monday morning. And I know you folks will be excited about that, as well you should be. Yes, we are seeing some rain in the area. I know it's been a big topic of discussion here, and just thankful that we don't have frozen temperatures, or boy, we would be in for a mess here over the next couple of days. We're seeing a little bit of rain here at our Music Row studios, but it appears, according to radar, the heavier stuff, at least with this initial line of storms that's blowing through here, Clarksville getting it right now, Dixon, Centerville, those areas. This line of storms, this initial line, starts up in Illinois, runs all the way down through the southern states, out into the Gulf of Mexico, just south of Galveston. This is a big old line of storms here. And frankly, it looks like the most severe stuff at the moment is down over water in the Gulf. Naturally, this is causing some flight delays around the country. And looking up here at our TV monitor in the studio here, it's on CNN at the moment, and they've had some stories about expected flight delays due to weather here on what's being deemed as one of the busiest, if not the busiest, travel day expected here over the holiday season, as folks are either headed back home or maybe they get the week after Christmas off. So people, it's a combination of people coming home and and other folks going somewhere, visiting someplace. So you've got quite a travel rush. We had that horrific story earlier in the week about the person who had stowed away on a flight from Chicago's O'Hare to Maui in the wheel well of the aircraft. I believe it was a United Airlines flight. And when the plane reached Maui, the person, who I've just only seen has been determined to be male, person was found deceased in the wheel well. And it really makes you wonder, how does that happen? How do they get access to the tarmac? It is concerning when you stop and think, shoot, that could have just been somebody that wanted to plant a bomb. Well, somebody else is stowed away. Now, this was inside a plane, which, I don't know, doesn't necessarily make me feel any better that they're inside the aircraft. This was a Delta Airlines stowaway passenger. This happened on Christmas Eve. They were caught trying to fly to, where else? Hawaii. They didn't have a boarding pass, but they made their way onto the flight. An unticketed passenger discovered as Delta Flight 487 was taxiing to the runway at the Seattle-Tacoma Airport at SeaTac there. The Port of Seattle reported to CNN the plane, when they realized what the deal was, they turned around, went back to the terminal, and the suspect took off. They had to chase him into a restroom at the airport. The stories, at least the ones I'm seeing, don't say whether it was male or female. But anyway, police found the suspect, if you will, in an airport restroom using video surveillance at the airport, looking for this person, and they found them going into a restroom. Apparently, this passenger went through the usual security screenings but bypassed ID verification and boarding status stations. How do you do that? Well, I guess you do that if somebody's not paying attention. The Port of Seattle police told the outlet that investigators determined that this unticketed passenger had passed through a security checkpoint the day before. I don't know. Maybe they had a boarding pass or something. Who knows? Details on this are still being disseminated. They were arrested for criminal trespass. But this is the second one of these types of incidents. Aside from the person in the wheel well, there was also another person that had been able to get through TSA security for a Delta flight. I'm not one to be into conspiracies and all that, but it does make you wonder, are these trial runs for something? Are they testing the security at some of these major airports to see maybe what they can get away with? It's a scary thought. But it is just kind of mind-blowing how people can just apparently get through these TSA checkpoints with no ID, no ticket. So it does, I would assume, also mean they're not going through metal detectors. They're not putting bags through the conveyor belt, doing the drill, take off the shoes, take off your belt, standing there in line doing the Macarena, patting yourself down. Well, okay, have I got this? Have I done that? So that's scary as well. Certainly cause for concern, as we've got these folks that apparently are getting on aircraft unchecked. We pray to God it is certainly not, like I say, trial runs for something nefarious. I'm Jay Harper. This is Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Another time to check the roads at 6:15.
Madison, 65 southbound at the ramp to eastbound Briley Parkway. There's a crash in the right lane. Use caution. No problems coming in on 24 or 40. No unusual delays on 440, 840 running accident free. I'm Christy.
Thank you there, Christy. Yeah, the reports, switching topics here. Joan had some news about this earlier. We also heard about former President Bill Clinton hospitalized with a fever that turned out to be the flu. He was battling the flu. Tennessee, one of the hot spots in the country for the flu, apparently. And since we've been in a holiday period, doctors are, heck, they're like everybody else, or at least like a lot of folks, are taking some time off. So if you want to get in to see your doctor, if you're feeling kind of lousy and suspect that maybe you've got something going on that could be the flu, you're not going to get your doctor this time of year, odds are. And let's also be honest that even if you did want to see your doctor, how many of you are told, okay, sure, we can get you in February? Well, I can't wait till February. I need to see somebody. So what are people doing? They're hitting the emergency rooms and they're hitting these walk-in clinics. So the flu apparently is really packing these walk-in clinics and emergency rooms and such. Now, we often hear that, the flu, not that big a deal. Well, it certainly can be a big deal. Thousands of people die from the flu, from influenza every year. Now, I know there's a big debate on vaccines, and I don't want to get into that rabbit hole, but I have gotten my flu shot every year. And yes, I do get the COVID vaccines. That's people's personal choice. And one of the big reasons I do is because my son is a pharmacist. He's a doctor of pharmacy. He has a little boy that turns 3 in May, so he's about 2.5, my grandson. And he is adamant, and I get this, he is adamant that his mother, my wife, and I get vaccinated for everything before we go anywhere near their kid. Hey, he's the dad. He's a doctor of pharmacy. Not going to argue with him. All right. If that's your requirement, fine. I'm not one of those that's been afraid of the jab. And again, I know that's people's personal decision. If you don't want to get the thing, that's your business. I don't judge anybody one way or the other. For me, it has not ever been a political issue. It's been a health issue. And I know there are all the stories, and legitimate or not, that people have suffered repercussions from some of these vaccines. All right, so be it. But for me and my wife, we get the shots. Now, I don't know whether vaccines have really contributed to this, and people don't believe this when I say this. I have not had a cold since I was in college. Like a head cold, sneezy head cold. Now, I do get allergy reactions from time to time, especially in the fall when all that ragweed's blooming. Yeah, I will, I'll get the itchy throat and the stuffy head and all that stuff, but it usually goes away in a day, maybe 2 days. But I've never had a cold in 40 years. People don't believe it, but it's true. And I don't know that I attribute that to getting flu vaccines and whatnot, or maybe I just have the kind of blood that maybe you don't need to sell it. Maybe I could bottle it. I don't know, but I've just been fortunate. I also wonder, to be honest, if it has something to do with the fact that I quit smoking. Yeah, I was one of those idiots. Back when I started in radio, 1978, everybody smoked in the radio station. In fact, there were a lot of announcers who thought that the smoking made them sound better. So that was their excuse. But anyway, it was back when you could smoke in the control room. I mean, like where I'm sitting here now, you'd have an ashtray sitting there, and you'd see here on Super Talk, you'd see a little trail of smoke from the cigarette sitting there smoldering in the ashtray. But yeah, I smoked for about 10 years, and when my wife became pregnant with our son, I gave him up October 1st, 1989. Put those nasty things down, and I haven't puffed on them since. Now, not smoking, has that helped with not dealing with colds? Yeah, perhaps. Perhaps. But the point being, if you are certainly susceptible to such things, the RSV, I've gotten that vaccine as well. When you get to be in your 60s, man, I've gotten the shingles vaccines. Our good friend Brian Wilson, I know many of you remember that Brian was dealing with shingles for months. And he claimed it was one of the most miserable things he had ever been through. He lost some work time because of it, because he was so miserable. And he admitted that, he probably should have gotten that vaccine for that. Anyway, we'll continue on all this, but we need to take a break. Okay, all right, we can...
Sorry, that's on me. Yeah, we got a little longer.
Yeah, you were giving me the wrapper up sign there, I thought, or maybe I was seeing something else. But in any event, yeah, if you are, a little older in age, maybe you have, your compromised immunity, that sort of thing, it may behoove you to consider the flu shots. I know I've got a doctor who I really like, Dr. Robert Graham here in Nashville. And he is one of those guys that really, really insists that, we get these the vaccines for the flu and the RSV and some of the other stuff I've mentioned. But again, my primary motivation for a lot of the vaccines, taking those, was, as I mentioned earlier, my son adamant that my wife and I get these vaccines before being around their little boy, our grandchild. And all right. He's the daddy, and he's pretty smart. I don't know where he got his scientific brain from. He looks like me, so, can't blame it on anybody else. And I was in the delivery room, so I know that, my wife's his mother. I kind of saw it there, but anyway, my wife is like me, man. She's on the artistic side of things. My lovely bride of 35 years, Elisa, degreed musician, can play about any instrument. And hey, our last name is Harper. Guess what she plays? Yeah, the harp.
I was banking on the accordion there.
But anyway, actually the flute is her main instrument, and she's just brilliant on that thing. But anyway, we've got a couple of harps, and she's always in there plunking away on that.
That's really cool.
Yeah, it'll be... note to note and then an expletive. Note to note.
I don't know if that's how it's supposed to be played there.
Hey, look, if it was me, it would be the other way around. Expletive, then a note.
Well, that harp is conducive to yelling expletives. That is a difficult instrument.
Oh, absolutely. It is very impressive to see somebody play that.
Yeah,
for sure.
And actually she does play it quite well. But she's an artiste, and, I've always been more of that, too. So the scientific side of things, never been my forte, and certainly isn't my wife. So my son, who's also a brilliant musician, too, the whole scientific thing, he's, a pharmacist and gone through all of that schooling for that, which is just brutal. Anyway. So if he wants us to adhere to that stuff in order to see the grandchild, well, so be it. Joan Jones is going to be delivering another fine award-winning newscast here at the bottom of the hour, and she's going to fill us in right now on what we can expect at the bottom of the hour.
Yeah, we're going to get you updated here on some possibly severe weather that we're expecting to move through tomorrow. Also, we have more information on that fatal accident that shut down I-840 yesterday. Those stories are coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about Spice and Easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
Doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
"29 minutes on what I almost said the wrong radio station.
That's not good.
Yeah, I know, because I've been on about 4 of them over the last couple of days. Anyway, I was on WSM-FM, one of our sister country stations, from 7 to midnight last night. I'm going to be back on there tonight from 7 to midnight, and I almost said that radio station instead of Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Here next half hour, I'll have some information. It's being reported by the New York Post that researchers in the Defense Department and the FBI who discovered strong evidence that COVID-19 was most likely leaked from a Chinese lab, they squashed that information in reports to Congress and President Biden. We will get into that next half hour, but now we check in with the latest news with Joan Jones.
Good morning, 6:30 now. I'm Joan Jones with the latest news. We've got some light rain and 52 degrees. And this probably isn't what the songwriter meant about the weather outside being frightful, but it will be messy in Middle Tennessee from now through the weekend. Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro tells us there is a slight chance that it will also be severe on Saturday.
That severe threat has been expanded to include more of the mid-state areas along and south of Interstate 40 are still at a 1 out of 5 on that scale. So overall, it is still a low-end threat, but heavier rainfall, high wind gusts, and that tornado threat has moved up just a little bit. I still think it's an isolated tornado threat, but it's something we don't want to ignore and something we certainly want to keep an eye out for over the next couple of days.
Yeah, so stick around for the full forecast coming up in just a couple of minutes. In eastern Kentucky, thieves have been cutting into telephone poles and wires to extract the copper from fiber optic cables. And that's caused some internet and phone outages for the company and for the people who use Kinetic Internet. Director of Operations Jason Dudley tells Channel 4 the money isn't the thieves. The money that the thieves make is not worth their lives.
Make no mistake about it, it's a life safety issue. Those cables are under tension, so anytime you go up and cut one, it's dangerous on its own, even if the climbing doesn't, result in an injury.
Kinetic says that has happened over 70 times this year. The company's adding security measures to stop the outages for their customers in the new year. While we were reporting here on the air yesterday, we reported a fatal crash on I-840 that shut down the roadway for hours. Well, we're learning now that 20-year-old man Keeson Robinson, who had been merging onto the westbound lanes of I-840 from West Jefferson Pike, that's when his Hyundai car crossed through the median and collided head-on with a Dodge Ram pickup truck. Robinson was ejected from his car and died from his injuries. The truck driver is 49-year-old Vaughn Hill. He was wearing a seatbelt, and he did sustain injuries. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Hey everybody, Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Schenk. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or at telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck.
Well, no big delays now. Things are looking pretty good on 40 this morning. No big problems on 24 heading in. But we do have some delays around the airport area. So just very specific, small delays, touch and go as you're approaching the airport area. 65 is looking good now as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.638 on Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis. I'm Jay Harper filling in for Dan, along with Mason Fleming, Joan Jones. Good morning and happy Friday. Yeah, we are seeing some of those scattered showers. This line of storms, it's kind of blowing through here now. It's fast moving. So hopefully it won't be around too long. But again, apparently we've got another round hitting us sometime tomorrow. The folks over at the New York Post exclusively reporting that spy chiefs, what they're calling them, silenced researchers in the Defense Department and the FBI who discovered what they claim to be strong evidence that COVID-19 most likely leaked from a Chinese lab. So they were not being forthcoming. Boy, that's shocking, huh? As a result, their findings were kept out of a number of reports to Congress and to the president on the origins of the global pandemic that was just kind of starting to kind of brew in the news about this time back in 2019. The report concluded that the virus behind COVID was probably not genetically engineered. Anyway, that's what they were telling folks. But the New York Post is claiming that, well, things were being manipulated. After the pandemic erupted in Wuhan, China, 3 scientists from the Defense Intelligence Agency began trying to figure out where this thing came from, whether it jumped from bats into humans, or whether the virus was man-made and came from a lab accident. Well, the theory that it was natural was backed by powerful members of the public health establishment, including you-know-who, Dr. Anthony Fauci, who a lot of people think should be in prison. There were questions about a possible lab leak, and they were repeatedly dismissed as just conspiracy theory. But the researchers' analysis, they compiled dozens of data points in favor of a lab leak, compared with the theory about natural origin. That's according to a source that's familiar with the investigation, telling the New York Post. The analysis was conducted by 3 scientists in the Defense Intelligence Agency's National Center for Medical Intelligence, which is tasked with examining these potential biological weapon threats and dangerous infectious diseases. Some of their other findings in all this: the COVID virus contained a feature allowing for easier transmission to humans that was constructed in a manner similar to that described in a years-old Chinese study. And this is interesting. Get this. A Chinese military researcher, he applied for a patent for a COVID-19 vaccine just weeks after the virus was first sequenced in 2020. And this scientist, not that this is funny, but this particular scientist that applied for this patent, he later died after he fell off the roof at the Wuhan Institute. That's according to U.S. investigators. Now, did the dude fall off the roof or did somebody push him? Anyway, researchers work with U.S. researchers, the folks there in China work with the U.S. researchers who train them to construct viruses without leaving a trace of them being engineered. Wow. So rather than amplifying these findings, they were all but ignored as the Director of National Intelligence was preparing the report on COVID origins, which Biden ordered back in May of 2021. But the scientists who had the subject matter expertise, according to this New York Post source, were silenced about all this and noted that Biden and others remain completely unwitting about the evidence that the virus was leaked out of a lab. And you've got members of Congress, Senator Chuck Grassley. He requested from these folks information in a 2021 letter. And, he too was just kind of BS'd about all this. So it does leave one to wonder. I know a lot of folks feel like there's no wonder to it that we have been buffaloed and BS'd on the origins of this thing from the start. So giving these reports to Congress and to the president, and they in turn, spewing a bunch of stuff that a lot of folks just did not believe was credible. There's such a hodgepodge of information about all this stuff. But more and more evidence continues to be leaked about the true origins of this COVID-19. Now, the New York Post, they have been just their research and information on a whole host of topics is oftentimes discarded by the mainstream media. Remember that whole Hunter Biden laptop story? New York Post was the one that broke all that. Turns out that they were right. The information that they were reporting on with respect to Hunter Biden's laptop and all of the information that was delved, from that thing was indeed accurate. So discounting New York Post reports, in my mind, maybe not all that smart. Maybe you just need to take them as a little more credible. Time to check our roads once again. 645 on Super Talk. All righty there, Christy. Thank you much. Yeah, hopefully this rain that's out there won't jam up the roadways too much. I'm still guessing that a lot of folks have the day off today, and the traffic shouldn't be, hopefully, all that bad. I know yesterday morning we were sitting here talking about how light the traffic was, and it was for the most part, aside from that tragic and deadly accident on 840 yesterday morning. But aside from that, yesterday morning, traffic wasn't all that bad. But as I did the afternoon traffic reports yesterday, it was a mess. I always find it interesting how going to work, not that big a deal on these kind of quasi-holidays, but boy, getting home, I guess everybody's in a hurry. You ain't in a hurry to get to work oftentimes. It's like, well, gee, there was a delay, and I get there when you get there kind of mentality. If you have an employer that lets you get away with that. But boy, going home in the afternoon here the last couple of days has still been kind of a struggle. So we hopefully will have these showers, at least this first round of them, out of here before the afternoon commute here on this Friday. Again, I'm Jay Harper in for Dan Mandis. 646 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So is anyone really surprised by the fact that folks were suppressing at least their findings, what they believe to be the accurate information on the origins of the COVID-19 virus? Is anybody really surprised by that? It makes you wonder, though, at least to me, I mean, if Donald Trump were still president during this time period in late 2020, 2021, when the virus was really rampaging. If Trump had been president, would we still have gotten the same results with respect to these reports? Do you think who was in the Oval Office had any bearing or relevance on what these reports contained? Do you think they would have hid the information from Trump as well? Well, folks already responding on the super text line saying nope. They don't think it would have made any difference. That information would still have been, at least what this report determined, that information would still have been suppressed, I guess is the best way to put it. Earlier this morning, we talked about the bird flu that's out there. If you missed it a little earlier this morning, we have a case up in Oregon where they've had to recall some pet food after a cat there died, and they determined that the animal's death was linked to eating contaminated pet food that had the bird flu virus in it. So is this stuff, is it mutating over to mammals, if you will, warm-blooded animals? I mean, are people next? Some folks on the super text line earlier this morning when we were discussing that were saying, well, they got to come up with something since Trump is headed back to office. Others also saying that workers at these manufacturing plants, the sanitation at those places is highly suspect. That may indeed be the case. I don't know. But, is this bird flu anything to really be concerned with? Again, it was about this time of the year in 2019, we started hearing rumblings about this virus that was out there that apparently was pretty severe and was killing people. And by the time March of 20 rolled around, the world pretty well shut down, especially over in Europe. Italy, I recall, was, pretty well shut down before any other country. If you remember when all that went down as a result of the COVID virus. And then, the U.S. was not far behind. It was March and April as to the time frame here in the U.S. when things really started to button up. And you remember John Cooper here in Nashville ordering that all of the buildings need to be, closed. And, you got to print up these special signs and put them on the front door. You got to wear a mask. You can't have more than, 3 or 4 people in an elevator and all this stuff. Are we headed back to that kind of thing? Do you think that, all right, this bird flu that has infected some people now, there's another case down in Louisiana of someone contracting this bird flu a week ago, on the 18th, so a week before Christmas. Do you think we're headed to more of this kind of stuff? Or have we learned that the masks and maybe the vaccine, all this stuff doesn't work? The 6 feet of separation, all this other stuff. I mean, I can remember the hysteria, and I know you do too as well, about just touching an item that someone else has touched. That was thought to help quell the spread of the virus. I don't know, who knows? Let's just hope and pray, though, that any of these flus, viruses, what have you, are contained. Does anybody want to go back to that stuff from 2020 and 2021 and actually into 22, right? I mean, things started loosening up in 22 a bit, but it it certainly is a little bit, I don't want to be an alarmist, but it is a little alarming when you kind of start seeing the same patterns we saw here a few years ago when COVID-19 was starting to rear its ugly head. Super Texter 2202, and this popped into my head too. They have commented that, the story about the 13 bear cubs that were recently euthanized here in Tennessee, they said that they had been contaminated with what they thought was this bird flu. We had remember those monkeys that got loose down there in South Carolina? Were they infected with some of this stuff and spread it to the animal kingdom? Heck, I don't know. Does anybody really know? Coming up on 54 minutes now past 6 o'clock, and Joan Jones, she's been back there. Boy, I can hear her from here, banging on that keyboard, getting that news ready for the top of the hour, and Joan will fill us in on what we can expect.
Yeah, Jay, we're going to head out to the airport to see how things are doing on what will be one of the busiest travel days of the year. Also, Vanderbilt University's football team is about to do something it hasn't done in 6 years. Those stories coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
populations of animals. I mean, think about the white-tailed deer and how when Ed started, and maybe even before Ed a little bit, they started, working to bring these populations back. And now we have these sustainable populations that we can hunt.
Yeah.
The story of the eastern wild turkey and what's happening with turkeys. So I would consider all these things great successes. The conservation efforts that have been worked on by the personnel for years, I would think that it's a great success story for our state.
You're going to see some footage from an old film that was produced here at the agency in the Game and Fish days, and which shows some things like, the wife taking care of the animal that the officer, the husband, had to bring home to take care of, because they got a call, and times have changed. Now we have the rehabilitators that help out with that kind of thing. And
thank goodness. We got to be really good friends with some of those little animals. And my first commission in 1972.
Okay, yeah.
At that time, it was a little different. The whole law enforcement world was different then. So anyway, we got the first commission in 1972 and worked all over the state. It was really great to be able to do that. Pretty much, you had one uniform. I noticed in the movie too, everybody wearing ties. For years and years, you had to, if you wore a long sleeve shirt, you had to wear a tie. It didn't matter if you were doing enforcement or staying in a pond or whatever you were doing, you had that tie on.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
And then everybody looked forward. There was one date, and it kind of moved. It was generally around April the 1st. You switched from long sleeves to short sleeves, and you didn't have to wear a tie. And everybody's going, come on, April 1st.
.7 WTN. I'm Jay Harper. Happy Friday. We've got about a minute before we head to the news with Joan Jones. Thanks to all the super texters that are weighing in on this COVID-19 discussion and the whole bird flu thing. A number of folks writing in that they and their family, and more than one person saying this, they were sick as a dog back in 2019 in the fall of that year. And they're confident that they probably had the COVID virus here back then. They're saying their doctor was saying it was some kind of viral infection that he hadn't really seen before. But so it is certainly entirely possible that COVID was here long before we actually had that confirmed in the U.S. Good morning. It is 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 7 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. 52 degrees right now. We still do have some light rain in the area, and we're keeping it up to date here on the weather, which is expected to get a little dicey around here tomorrow on Saturday. Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro says as it gets closer, that storm has changed a bit.
What looked like it was going to be an afternoon and evening event is now turning into an evening and overnight event for us as widespread rain, some strong thunderstorms will be possible. Some of that rain could be heavy and cause some minor flooding, mostly in poor drainage areas, gusty winds with any thunderstorm.
And he also says the severe threat has expanded to include more of Middle Tennessee, including areas along and south of I-40. There's also a chance that we'll get what he calls a spin-up tornado. Keep it here. We're going to keep you informed as this storm moves even closer. Well, this will be a really busy day for airports around the country, and that includes BNA. And that's where Channel 4's Joylyn Bukovac is reporting big crowds this morning.
If you are picking someone up here are some helpful options to keep in mind. BNA's cell phone lot is free, and it shows live updates on flight arrivals. Or you can park for free as well for up to 30 minutes in terminal garages. We are also expecting to see rain this morning, so keep that in mind. Give yourself plenty of time to get to the airport safely in those conditions. And of course, do not forget to check those flight statuses before heading out the door.
Now, we're checking the TSA wait times right here now at BNA, and they're less than 10 minutes, so that's an improvement over what it was earlier this morning. Also want to let you know the BNA Express lot has been closed. Morgan Wallen got his sign. Metro Council initially denied the sign outside Morgan Wallen's bar earlier this year, saying that he wasn't a good representative of Nashville. But the council member that represents that area where his bar is located testified that the bar is actually owned by a third party. That prompted Metro Council to allow it. Vanderbilt's football team hasn't been to a bowl since 2018, but that all changes today when the Commodores take on Georgia Tech at the Birmingham Bowl game. Coach Clark Leah wants his players to stay focused on this game and nothing else.
To finish well, to finish what we started, finish it well. We're obviously not guaranteed anything tomorrow. We're going to have to earn everything we get, and I just want to be proud of the way we play.
Vanderbilt hasn't won a bowl game since 2013. Well, a motorcycle rider was sent to the hospital last night after a crash in Donaldson. Officers tell News 2 that crash on Main Street took place around 7 o'clock last night when a van turned and hit the back tire of the motorcycle. It caused it to flip. The motorcycle rider suffered non-life-threatening injuries, and police say there will be no charges in this incident. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Couple of trouble spots in the nation's Briley Parkway at I-40 West, exit 27. That's a crash. Got another one on Highway 96 at Highway 100. And then in Smyrna, it's police activity blocking the right shoulder on 24 westbound at Almaville Road, exit 70. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6 minutes past the hour of 7 o'clock on Nashville's Morning News. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Jay Harper, happy to be sitting in for the award-winning Dan Mandis. And I don't pretend in any way, shape, or form to be measuring up to Dan here. I'm just kind of a placeholder. Just look at me in terms of that. As Dan is due to return, I know to the cheers of many, due to return on Monday. The official sunrise time this morning, 6:58. Here we are coming up on 7 minutes past 7. It's still kind of dark outside. What a dreary-looking morning. I poked my head out the door a little bit ago, and just rainy and cold. And I know it's only 51, 52 degrees, but boy, with the moisture in the air and the rain, and it's pretty darn windy, we've got wind gusts up to about 23 miles an hour. Just a yucky day. I know it's Friday. That's reason to rejoice, I suppose, but what an ugly morning from a weather perspective. A lot of folks, as Joan has been mentioning, going to be hitting the friendly skies, or maybe not so friendly. Headed to airports around the country, and numerous flight delays are being reported around the country, primarily due to what else? Weather, especially up in the Northeast. It's not, at least for me, not a very enjoyable experience. I can remember the very first flight I ever went on. I was probably 9 or 10 years old, I guess. Continental Airlines in Texas. We flew from Houston to Oklahoma City to visit family. This is back in the 60s. And we weren't in first class or anything, but boy, what a cool experience. They fed us. You had all this leg room. The flight attendants, of course, you could call them stewardesses back then. But the flight attendants were friendly, and just it was just an altogether different experience. Nowadays, as we know, in many cases, not so much. And of course, that was back in the days, obviously, pre-9/11. When you could run up to the gate with your family, hop on a plane 10 minutes before it took off, and heck, they might even wait on you a little bit if you were running late. Yeah, good luck with that now. They'll slam the door in your face. Even though the reason that you are late is because your connecting flight with the same airline got you there late. Like that was your fault. And, of course, we all know about Murphy's Law of air travel, right? When the flight you're on is delayed, your connecting flight is always on time, right? Doesn't that seem to be the case? Well, today, again, at least for me, air travel, I despise it. I avoid it at all costs. It's just such a hassle. The security lines, just the cramming in the, I don't have to get into it. We all know, right? We've all experienced that. And now you've got some airlines that are beginning to charge for carry-on bags. Airlines make billions from the baggage fees, so that ain't going away. And now, well, for example, Allegiant Airlines, they charge you to carry a bag on. It's like $35 or something. My wife, I've thrown her on some Allegiant airline flights because she has family in Wisconsin, in the Appleton, Wisconsin area. And Allegiant has a direct flight from Nashville to Appleton, Wisconsin. and the flights are generally pretty cheap. But, oh, you want to sit inside the plane? Well, that's another $50. Oh, you want an aisle seat? Yeah, tack on another $35. Oh, you want to carry on a bag? Oh, well, that's another $35. You know, by the time you get, well, I was going to say nickel and dimed. It ain't nickel and dimed anymore. By the time you get $20 and $50 for every little thing you want, they even charge you $5 for a Coke. It ends up still being a bit cheaper, but what a money grab. And of course, just fighting for room in the overhead bins. It seems to me that so many airlines are pretty subjective on what they enforce with respect to carry-on baggage. You know, you see people carrying in stuff that looks like they've got an 8-ton AC unit in their carry-on bag, and they're trying to get that sucker up in the overhead bin, and people that won't put the smaller stuff in the seat in front of them, so they take up bin space. There's been a big debate on social media here about flight passengers battling over baggage. And people, what else? What do people do these days when they want to throw a fit and complain about stuff? You put it on social media. And boy, people will respond, that's for sure. One traveler shared a recent experience on social media with the title of the post, Overhead Bin Ownership. The user claimed they had a recent travel experience involving overhead bins, and people almost got in a fist fight over it. You know, if nothing else, getting the early boarding, I know people are willing, there's another one of those things they make you pay for, right? Oh, you want to get on the plane a little earlier? Well, then, with Southwest, it used to be a fairly reasonable fee, wasn't that bad? Now, airlines are charging $50, $75 to get on the plane earlier. And the reason many people do that is because they want to have room to put their bag in the bin. Because, man, if you're one of the last to board, good luck with that. Especially after you've got people, again, as I said, that seem to be violating the rules with respect to baggage size. They don't really enforce that. I mean, we've all seen people carry these huge bags onto the plane, take up all the bin room. Why don't they enforce that? Well, I'm guessing that it will probably become more of a thing to charge for bringing on carry-ons, whether we like it or not. Everybody threw a fit when they started just charging for check bags, but that didn't go away. So just you wait. We've already got some airlines that are charging for carry-ons. That's going to become more ubiquitous. Ooh, big word here early in the morning. That's going to become more prevalent. Perhaps then people will start being a little more sensible, and maybe they'll be a little more, at least the flight attendants, what have you, will enforce the size of these bags a little more diligently. 7:15 on this dreary Friday morning from a weather perspective. Let's see how dreary things are on our roadways this morning. Again, I'm Jay Harper, Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis. Happy to be filling in along with my good buddy Mason and the award-winning news person, the reporter reporting the news. That would be, of course, the wonderful Joan Jones. Yeah, air travel these days. I mean, there was a time I've always been in radio in one form or another. I started in high school, 1978. So I've been doing this for a while. But I've also done other things while being in radio, and one of those things was producing concerts, country concerts at fairs and festivals all over the country. That took me to 40-some-odd states. I have been to 48 states. The only ones I have not hit are Alaska and North Dakota. I've been to every other state. This was back in the early 90s when I was a road warrior. I was on the road 30-some-odd weeks a year. And my kids were little. And as they got older, I just couldn't do the road thing anymore. But anyway, I traveled a lot. And thankfully, it was mostly by air. And air travel wasn't that big a deal still. There in the early 90s, again, pre-9/11. I was a producer for a promotion agency here on Music Row. And again, I would produce and promote concerts all over the country. And I would be assigned to certain shows, usually well in advance. So the company would buy these airline tickets for these shows. But there were times, however, when somebody else in the office, another producer, got sick or for whatever reason, couldn't make a show. We had a couple of female producers in the office, one of whom, her first name was Marge. And there were a number of times where I hopped on a plane with Marge's ticket. Nobody cared. Yeah, I was Marge for that flight. Yeah, well, and charging on, there wasn't all the big security thing. So you would haul butt to the airplane and hop in as soon as they were about to close the door. It was just a different time, So flying back then when they didn't charge you for every stinking thing and you weren't in there like sardines and blah, blah, blah. The only thing, though, that I do appreciate about today's flying is no smoking on flights. I always thought that was kind of stupid. Oh, the smoking section on the planes back in the tail end of this thing. You could be sitting in first class and still smell the nasty stuff from 30 rows back, So that didn't really solve it, especially as the smoke got circulated through the ventilation system of the flight. So I'm glad that we don't have to deal with that anymore. I'm sure I'm like a lot of ex-smokers. I am so anti-cigarette now. I could be in traffic behind a vehicle. I got all my windows up and everything. I could be in traffic behind a vehicle and I could smell that son of a gun in front of me smoking. Do you do that? Are you like that? Does that happen to you? I am just so uber sensitive now. And I'm not a violent person, but I can get real close to it, man, if somebody's smoking around me. It ticks me off to no end to be in a non-smoking area and there's some bozo standing next to you smoking and nobody enforces the rule. Anyway.
That's a big thing from working in hotels is I used to do valet and stuff, and no smoking near the entrances, and yet everybody's lined up down the entire row smoking while we're trying to write tickets for guests arriving. It's like, it smells like cigarette smoke more than it does a hotel arrival. So
exactly. And how many of them are employees, though, of the hotel?
I was like, luckily not out front. Majority of them are people staying there, but hotel employees are out on the parking lots where we're parking. And
yeah, I know.
It smells like cigarette smoke all over the place.
And nothing is more of a turnoff when you're trying to get into a retail store.
Oh, absolutely.
And the employees are all hovered around the front entrance of the store, puffing away.
Oh, yeah. Or I'd go to restaurants where they're smoking all out front. And I'm like, I was hungry. Yeah. And then I got here and I feel a little queasy now.
I will, and I've done it. I'll turn around and no, I'm not going through I'm not running the smoke gauntlet to get into your establishment, especially from your own employees. That's just a really bad look. Anyway.
Can you guys hear the rain?
I was just about to say we are kind of getting the deluge here at the moment.
Yeah, we sure are. I just looked at the radar, and it won't last long.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It seems like a fairly thin line of storms looking at the radar. But I do recall, and not to get people all up in arms, and I know I'm kind of bouncing around from subject to subject here, but, this is the time of the year, and Stefano DiPietro had mentioned, there is a slight tornado risk.
Tomorrow night.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But, this is the time of year where you've got that, we've had some warm weather, and you got this cold stuff colliding with it.
Right.
I do recall we have had, in many parts of the country, some really severe tornadic activity in December and January. You think of it as just being a spring phenomenon, but in the South, yeah, that's that's a whole nother deal. But anyway, getting back to the whole air travel thing and the fight for bin space and whatnot, unruly passengers are a thing, and it's just a totally different world now when trying to fly. I'm sure we've all seen the memes or the cartoons of photos of people flying in the 1950s, and they're sitting there in the cabin in their suits and ties, and they're being served filet mignon, and there's champagne and wine on the cart. And the flight attendant, looks like Marilyn Monroe. And people are saying, wow, just imagine here in the 50s how flights and air travel, just imagine what it'll be like in 50 years. Yeah. It's a cattle call. I remember the TV commercials. I believe it was Republic Airlines, where they did a commercial, and it was a comedic commercial where they kind of played up the whole cattle call reputation of air travel. And one guy sitting in the back says, "Hey, can I have a bite of your onion?" And things. And that was probably 30 or 40 years ago when that commercial aired. Just, we all know what it's like now. Just not a real pleasant experience, unfortunately. So yeah, I dread air travel these days, and it's gotten where if it's not 5-6 hour drive, I ain't going. Yeah, I guess I've reached my get off my lawn mentality and ages here. 24 minutes past the hour of 7 o'clock, and Joan Jones, she is got what's going on.
Yeah, there are some questions for Delta Airlines now after a second stowaway was found on board one of their flights in a matter of weeks. Also, why veterinarians are issuing a warning about what you feed your pets. We've got those stories at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey everybody, Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Schenk. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or at telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck.
99.7 WTN, Nashville's Morning News. I'm Jay Harper, sitting in for Dan Mandis again here this morning. One of the things, the many things that folks are hoping for with the advent of a new Trump administration is getting rid of a lot of this DEI diversity nonsense. Well, I've got a story. We'll get into this next half hour. Indiana University, they've got a diversity course where they're teaching students that you're an oppressor. You are an oppressor based upon your race, your sex, and your religion. And you need to be repentant about all that. You're a bad person. Well, we've got a swell person up next to fill us in on this morning's news at 7:30 on Super Talk.
Good morning, 7:30 now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We do still have some rain out there coming down hard in some spots now as that rain system moves in. And right now the temperature sits at 52 degrees. A stowaway on a Delta flight in Seattle-Tacoma Airport now arrested after trying to sneak on board a flight bound for Honolulu on Christmas Eve. That person was caught by the flight crew moments before takeoff.
The flight taxiing for takeoff when it suddenly returned to the gate after the crew learned of an unticketed passenger on board. Airport officials say the stowaway exited the plane. Police located and arrested the unticketed passenger in a terminal restroom. The TSA saying the passenger was screened at a security checkpoint but bypassed the ID verification, then made it onto the plane without showing a boarding pass.
That's ABC's Gio Benitez. This comes weeks after a woman was arrested for stowing away on another Delta flight from New York to Paris. Health officials are now warning pet owners not to give their cats raw food after a house cat in Oregon died of bird flu. The illness later traced to frozen cat food called Northwest Naturals that contained raw turkey. Dr. Michael Q. Bailey from the American Veterinary Medical Association.
We do have many reports of cats acquiring bird flu, predominantly from raw food sources. So this goes with raw milk as well as raw meats.
Northwest Naturals has been recalled, but many vets are saying the problem isn't contained within one brand. Police in Waverly, Humphreys County, have identified a car found along I-40 as that of a missing Alabama man. 37-year-old Ronald Dumas Jr. has been missing from his home in Huntsville, Alabama, since December 15th. He last spoke with a family member at 10 o'clock that night. Now, Dumas is a realtor and is described as a dedicated father of three. His black 2021 Hyundai Palisade was found abandoned on December 16th near mile marker 133 of I-40. A search for Dumas is planned for Sunday. That is the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, so out at the airport, pretty busy, and now there's a crash. Donaldson Pike at Hangar Lane. Also in Bellevue, flooding reported on I-40 just before Bellevue exit 196. Proof that rain did come.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
It doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
Nashville's morning news continues at 7:38. I'm Jay Harper, along with Mason Fleming, Joan Jones. Welcome on in. For those of you that may be sitting on our roadways this morning, you've got to head into the grind today. We hope you can get there safely. We'll keep you posted on what's going on with the crazy traffic and the weather and so forth. Well, many of us are certainly hoping that once Mr. Trump, I know so many of us can't wait for January 20th, right? And end all this nonsense, especially as Joe Biden's going out the door. All of this goofy stuff that he's doing, and some of it just downright disgraceful. The pardoning and commuting of sentences for mass murderers, rapists, child killers. It's just despicable. But Joe doesn't care. You know, he's going out the door. And does he even really know what he's doing? As somebody said yesterday on the Super Text line, they wondered if somebody else is just doing all this stuff and just shoving the paper in front of Joe for him to sign. You don't know what the heck he's signing. You know, it's entirely possible. Donald Trump has vowed, there is this huge laundry list of stuff that Mr. Trump has vowed to get done on day one. He's talked about how at about 2 o'clock on January 20th, all kinds of things will be changed. You know, he takes the oath of office at noon Eastern time there in D.C. on January 20th. And again, he's vowed by that afternoon he will have made quite a few changes. And frankly, it seems like he's already making a huge impact on world affairs, economic issues, and a variety of other topics before the guy's even in office. He's been more of a president than the current president since the election. And one of the big issues that folks are hoping that Mr. Trump, President Trump, will get to the bottom of is all this DEI stuff. I almost called it something that the FCC wouldn't appreciate, or the higher-ups at Cumulus. But anyway. And there's a course at Indiana University that is just so representative of this kind of stuff. A diversity course at Indiana teaching students that they are more than likely oppressors solely because of their race, their sex, or their religion. That it's ingrained in people based upon nothing but these factors. Not on how you're raised, not on your environment. In other words, especially if you're a white male, you're the devil. This particular course, dubbed Understanding Diversity, it covers theories and models that enhance understanding of our diverse society. Well, that doesn't sound so bad in that explanation. I have no problem in learning about other cultures and religions and things. I mean, it's called being educated. But to be told that I'm suppressing other cultures and religions solely because I am not of that culture or that religion is nonsense. This particular course provides content about differences and similarities in the experiences, needs, and beliefs of selected minority groups and their relation to the majority groups. The class, led by some social worker there, she apparently has been teaching at the university for like 20 years. And it asked students to write an in-depth reflection of two parts on their identity, one subordinate identity and one dominant identity. Now, there was a news outlet that obtained a chart handed out to students saying that certain subordinate groups are subject to social oppression by the more dominant ones. For instance, according to the chart, middle-class people are dominant over the working poor. Heterosexuals are dominant over those in the LGBTQ community. Men are dominant over women and transgender people. Other more traditional hierarchies, such as white people's dominance over ethnic minorities or Christian dominance over those from other religions, that's also listed. Well, as you can imagine, a lot of students kind of upset over all this stuff. One student told a news outlet that they had to make something up to complete one of the activities. They say they were being punished through an assignment for my identity as a person. They thought it was just really something that in a class where they're supposed to be talking about identity and not suppressing identity, that they're forced to suppress their own identity. They say they have to suppress themselves because they're presumed to be some privileged, horrible human being just based on race, sex, religion. You know, let's throw everybody into one big bucket, right? No individuality. Just because you're one race or one religion, you're automatically assumed to be an oppressor of somebody. It's just more of this liberal indoctrination garbage that's been going on at our nation's universities for the last 60 years. This has not been an overnight thing. This is something that we've let happen over the last couple of generations. Well, it does seem that people are finally standing up and saying, enough of this stuff. And it's taken Donald Trump, really, to get a lot of people to be more vocal about their feelings in these areas. Yeah, we could sure hear the rain coming down here on Music Row, and it's probably affecting traffic here in Music City. Let's check our roads now at 7:45. Thank you there, Christy. Again, Jay Harper, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Chris Hand will be coming up, of course, at 9 o'clock. So I know, Chris is one of the best at what he does. I know you'll want to be sticking around for that. And yes, Dan Mandis due to return on Monday. And I can hear the cheers already. Don't blame you a bit. Well, again, all of this indoctrination stuff, it's, it's been going on for quite some time. Nothing new, of course. It does seem as though all of us that have had to take, and it's not unusual, you've got to take these DEI courses now at your employer, right? Usually it's some computer program or something that you've got to muddle through and watch these hypothetical scenarios. Bob is being chastised by Kurt. Kurt is a white male jerk. Bob is black. So naturally, Kurt must be a racist. Now, of course, it's hyperbole, but you get where I'm coming from, right? So many of these courses, these classes that we have to take, I know I've run into them with various employers, and most of us have. One is trying to take a day off, but Bill, the evil white guy, won't let Juan take a day off. He lets his other Caucasian buddy take the day off. That kind of stuff. Invariably, it's a white male that's the evil actor in these scenarios. Right? Haven't we experienced that? Now, you tell me that in and of itself isn't racist. To automatically assume, if you're a white male in particular, then you are just, you're predisposed to be an oppressor. Nonsense. Every time I've had to take one of these stupid courses, without fail, the white male is determined to be the bad guy in all these scenarios. He's never sexually harassed by a female boss in these hypothetical situations. He's never the one that got the short end of the stick with a hiring decision or a promotion decision. It was always some minority that got screwed over. Now, I'm not saying that this stuff doesn't happen. Of course it does. I have worked for a lot of jerk white guys. And I've worked for some jerk women. And I've worked for some jerk minorities. But just to label classes of people or races automatically oppressors, doesn't that just boil you over, But that's kind of the world we're in. At least we have been up to this point, but it does seem like things are starting to finally shift away from some of this stuff. You've seen a number of big companies that are dispensing with these DEI programs. Walmart, Tractor Supply, and of course a friend of WTN, Robbie Starbuck, responsible for a lot of the changes in this area with some major companies. that have been cramming this stuff down people's throats for, well, especially since Obama's been in office. So much of it started with Obama. All of this DEI stuff. Then we had a little relief in Trump's first term, and then, Biden, he's been worse than any of them. But I do think that, Obama, he's been behind the scenes with a lot of this stuff, even though he's been out of office for years now. If we're to think that he doesn't have still quite a bit of influence in that Joe Biden administration, come on. There are many that think that he's been the puppet master the entire 4 years. And after what we've been learning, about Biden being just totally out of it, even before the guy was inaugurated, maybe those suppositions have been more accurate than we realized. I've told my son, my son is, he's a white male, 34 years old. And when he was going to college at the Citadel in Charleston, South Carolina, fine institution, the Military College of South Carolina, and he would throw a fit about this, that, and what have you. And, of course, he's just smart as a whip. He's a doctor now, doctor of pharmacy. Got his bachelor's and master's there at the Citadel. But anyway, he was complaining about a lot of stuff, and I always encouraged him. I said, son, the way the world's going, he graduated from the Citadel in 2012 with his bachelor's. And back then I told him, look, son, you're going to have to really separate yourself with the best grades you can get from these revered institutions, because as a white male, the way things are going, you're being kicked to the back of the line, pal. So you need to come up with every opportunity you can to separate yourself in terms of high achievement, honor, get great references, be an outstanding representative of yourself and your family, to separate yourself. Because as a young white male, you're going to be left out if you cannot separate yourself with integrity, excellence, good grades, all of the above. And even then, there's no guarantee of success. Again, I'm Jay Harper. This is Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We've got Joan Jones anxiously. I can see her. She's like lunging at me like she just really wants to tell us what's going to be happening news-wise here at the top of the hour.
Well, Jay, more agreement on the notion that Russian air forces may have shot down an airliner. It happened on Christmas Eve. Also, there is a big honor for Smyrna's Stewart's Creek High School marching band, but they need a little help. We'll explain that coming up in the 8 o'clock news. And that's just ahead here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Well, we're about 90 seconds away from 8 o'clock. 99.7 WTN. I'm Jay Harper. Be hanging with you for about another hour or so. Next hour, we will discuss a number of things that soon-to-be President Donald Trump has vowed to get done on day one. It's quite an ambitious agenda. Can he really achieve all of the things that he has vowed to get accomplished on day one? One of the top priorities that he claims to be getting to on day one is what we've been discussing, the whole diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. He has vowed to ban those darn things, especially at the federal government level, where he has authority to do so. But aside from that, there are a number of things that, quite frankly, I'm excited about, and I know that many folks are. Again, can't wait for January 20th so we can dispense with the last 4 years of nonsense that we've been subjected to in so many disciplines. Electric vehicle mandates and just a whole host of other, well, crap. We now turn to Joan Jones with the latest news. It's 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Well, good morning. It's 8 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We do have a bit of rain moving out of the area now, and that rain will return for the weekend. 52 degrees right now. More evidence that Russia brought down the Azerbaijan Airlines jet this week. And now one U.S. official is saying it was likely hit by a Russian anti-aircraft system.
Experts say it appears increasingly likely this passenger jet that fell out of the sky on Christmas Day may have been mistaken by Russian forces as a threat amid the ongoing war in Ukraine. Local officials initially suggested a bird strike brought down the plane, but experts say photos of the wreckage and holes in the tail section show damage consistent with surface-to-air fire.
That's ABC's Andrea Fugii. Vanderbilt University Medical Center is saying its emergency room is packed with people who have the flu. Cases are at the highest level in Tennessee seen so far this year. Here's Channel 4's Dryden Quigley.
With many primary care doctors closed for the holidays, Vanderbilt says people are flooding their clinics and emergency room with cases of the flu and other respiratory diseases. According to the CDC, Tennessee is now in the red, meaning it's one of the worst states in America for flu transmission.
Now in Chattanooga, Dr. Matthew Hitchcock tells WRCB TV that whooping cough cases have more than tripled in Tennessee, with more than 240 cases so far this year. A Middle Tennessee high school band will be headed to Washington, D.C. next month for the inauguration of Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. Stewart's Creek High School's principal, Clark Harrell, says he is thrilled to showcase those students at such a prominent national performance. Stewart's Creek says there are a lot of costs associated with that trip, and it's hoping to get some financial support from the community. If you'd like to help, you can visit supportschsband.com and get some more information there. Market Numbers Report now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
Investors got off to a slow start after their return from Christmas break. In light trading, the Dow Jones rose 29 points Thursday to close at 43,326. The S&P and NASDAQ Composite both finished the session with slight losses. Applications for jobless benefits slipped in the week ending December 21st, coming in at 219,000, fewer than forecast. But the number of Americans remaining unemployed grew to 1.9 million. That's a 3-year high. For all its potential risks, artificial intelligence is credited with driving a rise in U.S. productivity. Total non-farm business sector productivity was up 2% from a year ago, the fifth straight quarter at or above that benchmark. German discount grocer Aldi is expanding its reach in the U.S. with plans to open in 9 more states in the coming months. The company is also in the process of converting old Winn-Dixie and Harvey's supermarket stores into new Aldi locations. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Aldi, by the way, has nearly 24 locations in the Nashville area. Checking out stock futures ahead of the opening bell here. We've got Dow futures down 172. The NASDAQ futures are losing 100. And S&P 500 index futures, they're down 26 points. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Ooh, lots of delays out at BNA this morning. Lots of traffic, lots of volume in that area, and now also a crash. Donaldson Pike at Hanger Lane. Also, there is Briley Parkway northbound, right at Lebanon Pike, exit 8. A crash there blocking off 2 left lanes. And then on 24, westbound side at Briley Parkway, south exit 54, another crash. That one blocks 2 right lanes. And in Mount Juliet, got to watch things on westbound I-40 at Wilson-Davidson County line. It's a crash that's blocking the right shoulder. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Seven minutes past 8 a.m. on this soggy, gray, windy, kind of cold. I mean, it's temperature-wise not really cold, but it just feels colder, I guess, with all the moisture in the air. We're at 52 degrees here on Music Row. Again, I'm Jay Harper, pinch hitting for the great Dan Mandis. You know, coming in here and pinch hitting like this, not all that easy. I mean, it's almost like pinch hitting in baseball. You know, you come off the bench, occasionally you're ice cold and you're expected to, hey, get a hit. Well, you know, you got to get in a groove in baseball. You got to get in a groove doing this too. And boy, I understand. I'm far from any groove. I get it. All right. Just jumping in and doing this kind of stuff from time to time is, is a bit of a challenge. I enjoy it though, but anyway, I know you're looking forward to Dan coming back, and I totally get it because he is indeed the master. As we've been discussing, so many folks can't wait for, we're less than 30 days away from a new president. And it almost feels like we already have a new president. I mean, who is president right now? I mean, Biden, he's come out of the basement a couple of times to pardon murderers and child rapists. But aside from that, what's going on? Who is the president? Is it Obama? Many people feel it's kind of been him all along through the 4 years of Joe Biden anyway. Well, Donald Trump has got quite an ambitious agenda that he has stated in various speeches and press conferences and whatnot, interviews and what have you over the last year or so, that he has sworn that he will end so many things on day one. Now, can he realistically achieve all the stuff that he has said over the last year and a half that he will institute on day one? A lot of that is just, admittedly, it's campaign rhetoric. Now, I do believe that Donald Trump is sincere when he says this stuff. I think he certainly intends to implement various things on day one. But from a realistic standpoint, maybe it'll be day 2 or day 3 or 4 before he can get to some of this stuff. But as you can well imagine, one of the top priorities, I know, we talked about the DEI stuff and all that, but one of the top priorities for Donald Trump is settling this tragic Russia-Ukraine war that, frankly, has been going on way longer than anyone suspected. And I think part of the reason it's gone on as long as it has is because we keep giving money to Ukraine to prolong things. Now, is it good that Ukraine is still hanging in there as opposed to Russia just coming in and taking over as quickly as they thought they would? Well, who's to say? But I do find it interesting that already Vladimir Putin, he says he's ready to meet with Mr. Trump anytime. Isn't that interesting? Putin asserted last week that he's ready for talks with Donald Trump, that he's ready to discuss ending this nearly 3-year-long war in Ukraine. There was a big end-of-the-year news conference in Moscow here, I think about a week or so back. He says he hasn't spoken to Trump in like 3 or 4 years, and he admits there are no set-in-stone plans for a meeting just yet. But he's ready to set a meeting. And he also said that he's ready to, quote, make compromises to end the war in the former Soviet state. Now, can Putin be trusted? That's certainly debatable. But I do find it interesting that you've got world leaders and business leaders. You've got people just itching to talk to Donald Trump because they know that man means business. He means what he says. He commands respect. Now, whether that respect with some people is born out of fear, hey, a little bit of fear, I think, is a good thing in this world on the part of other countries. Other countries and other leaders know, that Trump guy, you don't jerk him around. That's all they did to Joe Biden. Jerk the guy around. No respect. Just they knew he was weak, and they're in turn the nation viewed as weak. So it's great to see some of these world leaders, especially Putin, coming to the table, as it were, ready to, as he says, again, make compromises to end this war. Putin, 72 years old. And it seems like he's been running that country forever, it seems. Who was a guy, but was Boris Yeltsin before him, right? If I'm not mistaken. Anyway. Again, Putin says he doesn't know, when they may meet or any of that, but he's ready to do it. He said he's ready to talk anytime and ready to meet with him anywhere. So to me, that's, encouraging, I guess. Because you certainly didn't get that type of approach or rhetoric, if that's the right word, with Biden in office. They knew they didn't have to meet with that guy. Just do what you want. Biden's not going to intercept or stop anything. Mr. Trump, with that America First mentality, I will say that for me personally, that is one of the most attractive things about Donald Trump, is that America First mindset. Instead of having our leaders trot around the globe, as I wear this Globetrotters hoodie here, sweatshirt, American leaders trot around the globe apologizing for America. That has always just infuriated me. Donald Trump, that nonsense stops with Mr. Trump. It's America first. And so many other things emanate from that stance. We'll get into more of that after we check what's going on Nashville's roadways at 8:15. Thank you there, Christy. Again, Jay Harper here, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Got about another 45 minutes or so before Chris Hand will join you and keep you going here through the mid-morning. Donald Trump responding to what Putin has said about getting together and meeting. And over the weekend, Mr. Trump said that he's ready to get that meeting scheduled. Trump said during his remarks at Turning Point's America Fest convention here this past Sunday, he said that President Putin said he wants to meet with me as soon as possible. He says he'll have to wait for it a little bit, but he will certainly have to get with him to end the war, the Russian-Ukraine war. The Washington Post reported last month that Trump held his first post-election call with Putin days after winning the election. So apparently they have chatted by phone. But again, looking forward to an in-person meeting to try to get this horrible war settled somehow. Also, we have... this laundry list of things that Trump wants to do on quote-unquote day one. And again, whether he can really accomplish all this day one, I think we'll let the guy slide if it ends up being day 7, But we talked about how he has vowed to get rid of all this DEI nonsense, which is just, government-sanctioned racism, reverse discrimination. He also wants to cut federal funding for schools that teach the critical race theory, the CRT. Of course, he's got to battle the teachers' unions for that stuff. But, Trump's never shied away from a battle. So that, too, inherently racist indoctrination. I'm so glad that I don't have kids in school these days. I was fortunate. I went to, for the most part, an all-boys Catholic school in New Orleans growing up. Holy Cross High School. I graduated the 100th year of the school. 1879 is when it started. I graduated in 1979. Anyway, it was, of course, a different time, and it was a private school. So the curricula was not determined in large part. I mean, there are certain criteria that you have to follow, no matter what kind of school you are. But I can assure you that this kind of stuff, at least at the school I went to, they would not have been indoctrinating us with that stuff. But again, you've had the federal government hold schools hostage with federal funding if they don't cram this nonsense down kids' throats. So all those parents that have been deemed domestic terrorists by the Biden administration, hopefully they will soon be getting a reprieve when this CRT stuff hopefully goes away quickly. And, of course, one of the other biggies in terms of what Mr. Trump is looking to get addressed on quote-unquote day one, shutting that border down, the southern border. But let us not forget the northern border. That's been leaking like a sieve, too. All we ever hear about is the southern border, and yeah, that's certainly a problem down there. But we just need to close our borders, period. Northern and southern. And then, of course, this deportation operation. You've got the newly anointed border czar, Tom Homan. That guy is, he is a bear. He is, but he's a compassionate guy. If you've seen some of his interviews, press conferences, etc., he talks about the families that people are concerned about being separated in this mass deportation effort. And he addresses that, and the guy gets emotional. He chokes up when talking about these families. He's sensitive to this issue. It's not just, round them all up, and who cares what their relationships are with them, just get them out of here. Well, he has not taken that blanket approach to things. But admittedly, it's going to be quite an undertaking to try to achieve all this. These mass deportations. It's a tricky scenario. Let's face it, it really is. But I'm confident they're going to figure it out. As they have said, they are looking to find the bad people first. That these families, maybe you had people come over here illegally, then they had kids, and according to our Constitution, those kids are now American citizens. So Homan and Trump have both admitted that, those are not our priorities originally. It's this, 400 and some odd thousand thugs that are here? These Venezuelan idiots, and then, you've got this Guatemalan illegal immigrant there in New York City that burned that woman alive on the subway there, and everybody just stood around and watched. The guy had been deported before and snuck back in. Now, are you going to stop all of these kinds of people from getting in here? Probably not, but to just open the door like Biden has done? Hey, come on in. Pick up your free debit card and cell phone and your hotel key on the way through here. I'm confident that garbage is going to stop. We can only hope, right? So those things are certainly top of mind. Getting this Russia-Ukraine war under control, hopefully getting it settled. Closing the border, getting that deportation issue started, getting these thugs rounded up, Venezuelan gangs and what have you, and get them the heck out of here. And if you've got sanctuary city mayors getting in your way, put their butts in jail. They're interfering with federal law. And Tom Homan has vowed to prosecute that type of stance from, well, you got this bozo mayor in Denver that's vowed to do that. But I do find it interesting that Democratic Mayor Eric Adams of New York, he's kind of come over to the dark side because he's experienced the violence and just the mayhem that this illegal immigration has caused his city. And it's all on his watch. So he's anxious to cooperate with the Trump administration. Let's go ahead and take a break, but first we'll find out what's going to be coming up news-wise at the bottom of the hour.
Hey there, Jay. Coming up here at 8:30 this morning, we'll tell you Mother Nature may mess with your commute or your plans to catch a flight somewhere today. Also, what would you do with $1 billion? A lot of folks are dreaming about that because of a lottery jackpot. That's all coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. there, it's 8:30 and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. This is expected to be another very busy day at the nation's airports. A storm system, though, has been causing some delays this morning, and it's an extra busy travel day as well. So this traveler talked to Channel 4. She had been on her way to Jacksonville, but ended up staying in Nashville for a lot longer than she wanted to.
I looked at the board like I usually do, and I saw that. I said, impossible. It said 12:38. Now, I know it's supposed to leave at 9:05. So I was like, oh, that's a big difference. Then I started getting the text alerts. And since then, it's changed like 5 times.
Yeah, you can check with FlightAware. That's a great site. Just put your flight number in the app and you can get all of your flight information right there. Also, the wait time at the TSA checkpoint right now is down to under 10 minutes. A stabbing at a Memphis area Kroger distribution center. It left one man dead yesterday. A family friend has identified that man as a 35-year-old dad who had 4 boys.
My condolences to his wife, because I know they were so happy together. Him and his wife, they was making sure them boys was right. He was working hard to make sure them kids was right.
There is no ID on the suspect so far, but police have arrested that person. So what would you do with $1 billion?
If I win, I'm buying people out. I'm buying businesses. I'm buying up blocks. I'm buying an island.
He's buying everything, including the island. Tonight's Mega Millions drawing is now worth over $1 billion because nobody selected all the right numbers on Christmas Eve. So that jackpot may be even higher by the time that drawing takes place tonight. Well, stocks this morning have started off on the low side. We've got the Dow Jones Industrials down 245 points right now, just moments after the opening bell. NASDAQ is down 160 and the S&P 500 index down 39 points. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Hey everybody, Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Schenk. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
Doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
Big delays out at the airport. Donaldson Pike at Hanger Lane. It's an injury crash. And also this morning, if you're on Briley Parkway northbound, right at Lebanon Pike, exit 8, that's a crash, and it's blocking the right shoulder. Now, you've got a crash as well in Madison. That's on 65 northbound side before Old Hickory Boulevard. And then another crash. This is a second one out there at the airport. The 40 eastbound right at International Airport, 216A. That is a crash that's blocking the Gore where traffic merges. So be careful as you're traveling by the airport this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
"37 minutes past the hour of 8 a.m. Jay Harper in for Dan Mandis for a little while longer here this morning. Chris Hand, of course, coming up at 9 o'clock this morning. You know, you heard Stefano DiPietro there saying that there is a slight chance of maybe some tornadic activity. Gosh, let's hope not. Someone on the Super Text line had mentioned here, and I remember this, December 26, 2014, in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, devastating tornadoes there. So, yeah, this time of year is certainly not immune, even though we tend to think of the springtime being the prime tornado season, and it certainly is, I suppose. But this time of year also susceptible to such things as, you still have some warm temperatures colliding with these cold fronts. So, let's just hope that we just end up with a bit of rain, and that's it here over the weekend. It has been kind of a dreary morning. It's gray and rainy and windy, and it looks like it'll be this way for perhaps the next couple of days. So just be prepared. We can only be fortunate that we don't have any frozen temperatures to really turn stuff ugly with all this moisture in the air. Donald Trump, January 20th. I know many of us are just, counting the days, right? Get this man in office and get some things done. Reverse a lot of the nonsense that we've been talking about imposed by the Biden administration. One of the things that I'm excited about is just ending all this electric vehicle mandate stuff, the auto regulations that Trump, and I believe rightly claims, are job killers, number one. But secondly, mandating that these auto companies come up with all these electric vehicles and by a certain date and a certain number. And, of course, they get extorted with federal funding, or I guess I should say fines, if they don't adhere to a lot of this nonsense. Electric vehicles. What was it? Ford was supposed to build this multi-billion-dollar facility here in the state of Tennessee. It's going to bring all these jobs, this electric vehicle facility, and they've already said, well, let's think about that a little more. So they've delayed that project. It's because nobody wants the damn things. Number one, they cost too much. Number two, they just do not have the distance. Who wants to stop every 300 or 400 miles and sit there to charge up your vehicle on a long trip? And we've seen cases of sub-zero temperatures in those darn cars that just freeze up, won't start. In the in the frozen environments. People stuck in traffic jams because of maybe wrecks in snowy weather, and you're just kind of stranded out there on the interstate. And they run out of juice. There are just so many things that are unappealing, at least to me personally, about the electric vehicles. And also just the lithium mining. You know, they claim that these electric vehicles are so environmentally friendly and, no greenhouse gases and this, that, and what have you. But it seems so oftentimes they fail to mention how they rape the earth with these lithium mines. And then you've got just the whole recyclability of the batteries on these vehicles. I don't know. I see conflicting reports on what the lifespan is on those batteries. I don't know what to believe in that area. I'm far from very educated on the subject, to be honest, but I know that I do see stories from what I deem to be reputable news sources that claim that, you're going to have to pay, 20-some-odd thousand bucks to get new batteries for these vehicles? Yeah. I don't know. I just think it's a big boondoggle, frankly. So Mr. Trump looks to end these electric vehicle mandates, and there are a whole bunch of them. What is it? California, they're mandating that you got to have electric vehicles by 2030 or 2030, something stupid. I don't know. Another thing is the whole thing about banning drilling and Trump and that drill baby drill. Here. Now, granted, I'm a little biased, I guess. My family is very dependent on the oil and gas industry, the petrochemical industry. My dad worked in that world all his life, in refineries, petrochemical plants. He was a plant manager for a lot of those facilities, literally all over the world. Algeria, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Venezuela. And I have a lot of family members still in Texas that are dependent upon that industry. To me, getting the drilling going again, reducing energy costs. You do that, and so many other things start to solve themselves. I think that when Biden got in there and started mandating all this greenhouse, the new Green Deal or Green New Deal, whatever the heck it was, and started mandating all of these just left-wing pinko commie in energy mandates. That's when that's when the inflation really got ramped up. Energy costs, when that goes up, everything else goes up. So I really think that once Trump can get in there and just erase all of that nonsense and start putting people back to work in that petrochemical sector, get energy costs down, we will see inflation go down. We will see a whole host of other issues start to be settled. So, Mason, do we want to do another traffic here real quick? Are you ready for that? Because, the roads are so nasty, I think it would be good to go ahead and get another report in here. So let's check and see how things are looking at 8:45. Thank you there, Christy. Yeah, it's been a challenging morning on our roadways with the weather.
I want to tell you something else that's happening. I'm just seeing now on the board for traffic. There is a closure in Spring Hill. It's Port Royal Road between Jim Warren Road and Saturn Parkway. Now they're saying there was a crash there. It's now an investigation. Looks like that's going to be closed until around noon today. So
Yikes.
that's Port Royal Road between Jim Warren and Saturn Parkway.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Thank you so much, Joan. I mean, everything that is anywhere down there around Saturn Parkway, that's heavily traveled areas down there. So, appreciate you pointing that out for us. And, of course, we'll keep an eye on that as best we can if there's anything else, developments on that, even though we don't really have any more official traffic reports after about 9:05. If there are traffic issues to report, of course, Joan and Ken Weaver will get that to you. Again, I'm Jay Harper. This is Super Talk 99.7 WTN at 8:46 here this morning. Yeah, there's somebody on the Super Text line here. Great point. The new electric Ram 1500. I drive a Dodge Ram. Love the vehicle. And, it's a nice V8. But, boy, when I hit the gas pedal, that sucker goes. That's what I like. That's what I like. Anyway, this Super Texter says that the new electric Ram brags about miles, but it's got a built-in diesel generator. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, got to have the backup with the fossil fuels, right? Yeah, great point. Another Super Texter saying there's not one electric car in the U.S. today that has recyclable batteries, and when it dies, you got to put it on the concrete slab so you anyway, they say it's horrible for the environment is their point. And absolutely, I mean, we're being sold a bill of goods on all that. And you have to wonder, Joe Biden, what kind of investments or kickbacks is he or his family getting from these battery manufacturers or, overseas companies that are providing parts or something? There's got to be something because of old, rip-off Joe, that more than likely there's some ulterior motive to these mandates that he has implemented in terms of electric vehicles and these suppliers. And, of course, it's been such a boondoggle of the electric charging stations that our taxes have paid, $8 billion for or something crazy? And they've installed like 7 of them. If you dig deeper, would any of us be shocked to find that somebody's in Biden's pocket for this stuff? The way his family is. Yeah. But, yeah, drill, baby, drill. It is said that we have certainly enough natural gas and oil as well to keep us going for generations right here in our own country. But now we're held hostage by the Middle East and Venezuela, China, Russia. As I said earlier, one of probably the most attractive thing about Donald Trump to me, America first. You're damn right. America first. No more going around the globe, apologizing for America, bowing to Saudi Arabian kings. America first. Don't mess with us, I mean, I just am so proud and optimistic that perhaps once again, America will be respected on the world stage, and whether that respect comes out of fear, hey, whatever it takes. I know many of you feel the same way I do, that we're tired of being crapped on by other nations that hate us, nations that would kill us in a heartbeat, but if they do that, they won't get their money. We just keep feeding funds to these dictators and countries that, meanwhile, we've got homeless veterans, people suffering from natural disasters that still got tarps on their roofs after being destroyed 3 and 4 years ago because of the boondoggle of SBA loans or relief funds and things of that nature. People in the Carolinas, as we know. I mean, I personally know some people in East Tennessee and also the Western Carolinas that are living in RVs because they just have not gotten the support from the government entities that should be supporting them. I mean, it's an absolute travesty. So we're hoping that stuff will begin to change, perhaps not on day one of the Trump administration, but hopefully within the first 30 days at least. It's a very aggressive agenda that Donald Trump has set out for. Let's face it. Joe Biden and Barack Obama, they've had 4 years to screw stuff up. And longer when you consider Obama being in there for 8 years. So you take the 12 years of the Democratic administrations over the last 16. And Donald Trump getting in there and trying to fix it all on day one. Well, like I say, if he can get it done in 30 days, if he can get it done in 6 months, it'll certainly be welcome relief. I know I can't wait. I'm looking for some relief from so many things. The inflation affects all of us. Hopefully, reducing energy costs, as Trump asserts, and I'm no economist, but I tend to agree with him. You get energy costs down and other things, you kind of get a domino effect with certain things. God bless our independent truckers. How those people have been able to survive is just amazing. What they've had to pay for fuel when you got a 1,100-gallon tank and you're paying $3.50, $4 a gallon. My gosh, how do those people make a living? And then consequently, they got to raise their prices and everything. We know how it works, right? So it's a welcome relief. Welcome relief indeed. Well, I've enjoyed filling in here for Dan. I appreciate people's patience. I've gotten a lot of nice comments on the Super Text line, and I've got a lot of comments saying I suck. And, it ain't the first time I've been told that. So when you've been doing this for going on 47 years, one thing I've learned, you can't please everybody, so I stopped trying. I just do my thing, and I'm real, and I'm me, and that's all I can be. Dan should be back on Monday, and we've got Chris Hand coming up here in just a few minutes. Have a safe weekend. Hopefully I'll get to chat with you again soon. Let's check in now one more time here on, at least for my portion of things, with Joan Jones. Find out what's going on.
Hey, Jay, it's a rainy Friday morning, but we'll tell you what's coming this weekend. It's going to be a little extra for some of us. Also, 9 dogs that were rescued in Western Tennessee have now come to this area, and they're going to be adopted. We've got those stories at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Populations of animals. I mean, think about the white-tailed deer and how when Ed started, and maybe even before Ed a little bit, they started, working to bring these populations back. And now we have these sustainable populations that we can hunt. Yeah. The story of the eastern wild turkey and what's happening with turkeys. So I would consider all these things great successes. The conservation efforts that have been worked on by the personnel for years, I would think that it's a great success story for our state.
You're going to see some footage from an old film that was produced here at the agency in the Game and Fish days, and which shows some things like, the wife taking care of the animal that the officer, the husband, had to bring home to take care of, because they got a call, and times have changed. Now we have the rehabilitators that help out with that kind of thing. And
thank goodness. We got to be really good friends with some of those little animals. And my first commission in 1972.
Okay. Yeah.
At that time, it was a little different. The whole law enforcement world was different then. So anyway, we got the first commission in 1972 and worked all over the state. It was really great to be able to do that. Pretty much, you had one uniform. I noticed in the movie too, everybody wearing ties. For years and years, you had to. If you wore a long sleeve shirt, you had to wear a tie. It didn't matter if you were doing enforcement or sailing a pond or whatever you were doing. You had that tie on.
Oh wow!
Wow!
And then everybody looked forward. There was one date, and it kind of moved. It was generally around April the 1st. You switched from long sleeves to short sleeves, and you didn't have to wear a tie. And everybody's going, "Come on, April 1st."
Just a quick minute to wrap things up as we head toward the top of the hour in news. Jay Harper here. It's been a blast being a part of things. Thanks to my man Mason for kind of bailing me out here the last couple of days. And
happy to help.
Yeah, man, it's always.
You didn't need any bailing out.
No, absolutely not. You killed it.
Well, It's always fun hanging out with you guys. Joan, thank you as well. Chris Hand standing by, and if you like kind of classic country, you can hear me tonight, 7 to midnight on 95.5 Nash Icon. I'm everywhere. Hey, have a great weekend. It is 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.